For some reason, this is like the most threatening menu in a video game I've encountered in a long time. It's like there should be a third option. It's like, well, have you? Do you think you're tough? By the way, hello. Welcome to the stream. We're on semi-time tonight, today. Today, whatever. The Passage of Time is for nerds. I can beat Majora's Mask in my sleep. So, I felt like doing a bit of walking! And also role-playing as a man named Stanley. Thank goodness a game like this exists for that very purpose. So this is the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. And I'm putting first playthrough on the Twitch tags just because it's been so long since I played the original that it basically would be completely fresh for me if I were to dip back into that. So, I haven't looked at anything about this game, this edition so far, other than it seems like there's new stuff. I guess. That's all I know. This also kind of just came out of the blue, didn't it? Like, no apparent lead-up or warning about the this edition coming out. Okay, I think we're good. All my dials and knobs are looking a-okay. So, I actually have not gotten into menus yet because I wasn't sure if anything would actually happen before even starting the game. So, I guess let's, where the hell's my mouse pointer? I don't have a mouse pointer. Great. What is the current time? It is 8:06. Is it recognizing my controller? That is exactly what it's doing. Okay, great. Oh yes, lad, it's one of those clocks. Alright, 8:06 p.m. I'll have to see what those are. There were subtitles I put on right away because, I mean, of course I am. Okay, I guess nothing happens before the menu. Now I have a mouse pointer. Praise the sun! That seems like it'll be good. We will go full screen, thank you much. We'll keep subtitles on medium just so anyone can home at least see them. Oh, that doesn't bode well. Wait, was the original Stanley Parable also cursed AF? I don't remember that. Well, now I'm worried. Translated labels on top. Yeah. Let me make those small. Additional text next to gameplay critical colors. Yeah? And yeah. I mean, this is mostly for me, but you know. Alright, yeah, I guess let's get you rolling.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
I bet it's not.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened.
The bombs
Something
fell.
that would forever change Stanley.
And it
Something
became
he
Fallout
would never
5.
quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
So like I was saying, I'm putting first playthrough in the Twitch tags just because it's been literal years upon years since I played the original. I don't even think I really played it fully. I just got like 3 or 4 endings and was all, alright, let's call it a day. I hate Mondays. Hell yeah. Alright, so listen, fuck the WWE. Oh, hell yeah.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Look. If they're gonna just tell me to do it... I guess there's no zoom in. Like, all I remember about the original game is that it was like expectation subversion. Imagine I'm gonna walk by, I'm gonna find the G-Man!
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay. I can do that.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
We're broke Wednesday. Oh yeah, also I have like a really... My controlling in games for the next few nights might be weird. I'm wearing compression gloves. Since, you know, my hands are doing that thing where you get older and the pain happens. What's Chris doing in the broom closet? What are you doing in there, man? Please keep the targets in the topic of the T-virus. My god, this is Resident Evil. It takes two people to start a fight, and right now you're both of them. These compression gloves do make me feel like I'm about ready to throw down with someone on a heartbeat. I have to remember this game came out before Going Under. So the scathing commentary on corporate life was kind of fresh at that time. What is hot? Well, me, obviously. I always wonder on whiteboards if it's an actual texture or if it's like they have a drawing tool in their own engine. Find teenagers to put in teenage demographic. You can't use a child trap. They're teenagers, not children. Someone should fire that guy. Chris?
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
I think not. I am now one with the broom closet.
No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
Says you. You and your wonderful vocal tones that I'm jealous of and I hate you for.
It's baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Here's duct tape. We could use that to make gun mods back at the settlement.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
The stank off the mop bucket consolidates me? Is that you, God?
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
Is this what dungeon masters in D&D go through?
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
They find a lot of things about me concerning, thank you very much.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Are they still using Half-Life
Well, I've come
assets?
to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them.
Oop, that's a typo.
All right. When you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
No.
He said commentary, not comedy, I think. No? Nothing else? Okay.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board.
Hello!
I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hand out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Oh, he's done.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I really hope the content warnings are pretty gracious in how soon they warn you. Ooh, time to take a piss. It is... The original totally game overed you in there, but you had to really stay in there. Oh. Are we in, like, Dallas's bathroom from Payday? What is this? No, I don't think they're using Half-Life assets still. Also, we're in the void. It's Superliminal all over again. That game could have used some warnings. It's business! It's business time! Sorry. Shame there's no Doom style sound effects like.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
1. Darn.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Oh, 6969. Oops. Darn.
2845.
8675309? Screw you, I'm gonna go play the piano.
But it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself, and Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Oh, nothing to say about that, huh?
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Yeah, I haven't even watched, like, the Freelance Astronauts playthrough. Can I go back up?
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out. Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
Damn, this guy must like writing for Kotaku. Oh, hello on the YouTube side. I'm not gonna go down there because it's dark, and I don't feel like suffering a heart attack this early in the night.
Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this? Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he?
Spooky? Hell no.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
I wonder what it could be.
Oh my god. It's the boss's office.
That startled me.
This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this.
Yo, I love that little dude. Coffee drinking bird for Smash.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No! No, wait! No! I need more time to process. All right. I have fully come to terms with it.
You good?
I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley. Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand
You
that
locked the
30
door on me
seconds
back
ago,
there, you
this
dink.
kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
You don't say. Hello. Deploy.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
I'm gonna look around and I see one of them just has a image of someone flossing on camera. Fortnite, Fortnite.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
His love
No,
for pumpkin spice
he
latte?
refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
If you say so. Oh, 1 second. Oh, good. I always love it when I get baited to say people's names. There's 2. Stanley was a buffoon and regretted not bringing his trusty flashlight. 3. Is that 4 up there? I kinda can't see through the bars. Well, that's 5. And that must be 4 up there. Still closed? Yup. Okay. No secrets from me, the friggin' heathen. When you're walking.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Are you sure about that?
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going. What all this means, I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich.
What?
I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever up.
I don't think there was an actual solution in there. Mr. Sunshine came up and he smiled on me.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
What?
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if
no.
he had to make a
Shut up.
decision?
Shut
What
up.
if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility?
I thought that was a fake out.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
And part of me was kind of dreading picking this up because I knew
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. He entered the door on his left.
like the back rooms like genre has been gaining traction these last few years.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley
Room
decided
closets!
to go up to his boss. Oh, no.
Yes!
No, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Gross. Anyway, like the back room like has been a genre that's been gaining traction for some ass reason these years. And I don't know what it is, but I already dislike it enough because it just seems to be like an excuse for doing like creepypasta, cheap horror without actually using any real creation or input, and then whoopie doopie, here's a big jump scare. Okay, fine. Just kidding! Oh, okay, fine.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
It's like those hallways down there reminded me of that, like, aesthetic used in it. This wasn't openable last time, was it? Was it? Take me to the heavens. I'm dancing. What do you want to talk about, chat? I just know if it ends up having like scares like in Superliminal did, I'm not going to be happy. Like that just came so far out of left field. Like, granted, at least Superliminal kind of wrapped a nice little bow on it, saying that, hey, you faced this adverse thing and you got over it like a champ. Also because, you know, that finale kind of got me emotional too. We don't show emotions around here. We're strong gamers. I say as I adjust my compression gloves. I'd probably throw my camera on just to show what these look like. They're kind of cool. Like, they have these pressing lines that go on the joints of my fingers, which is where a lot of my pain usually comes from. This elevator's not going anywhere, is it? Hmm. Pardon you. Okay, let's go down. Going down, down, dibba dibba down. I also managed to find out that one of my favorite candies did not go out of circulation. There are these Jolly Rancher Misfits. They're like these gummy candies that have 2 flavorings on them. And they're quite yummy. I like them. Now for more word from our sponsor at Jolly Rancher and Squarespace. This elevator's not going anywhere when it goes down either, is it? Good. Good. That one picture back there bothers me. No. There was a thing hanging off the door, but nope. This is all just basically one big La Mulana puzzle, isn't it?
Stepping into his manager's office,
Shut up.
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Pilot wings?
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
I walked into your mother's passageway, Trebek.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
There's probably already like a dozen secrets I
lights
passed
rose on
by.
an enormous room packed with television
What
screens.
was that?
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
I looked over at OBS, and either those were sparks or there was a figure on screen for a second. I'm not doing okay tonight. This is a bad game to have hallucinations in, I'll tell you what.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's
Yahoo.
co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
I wonder if we're gonna get randos for once that are like, oh, did you get this ending by doing this? It's like, well, I didn't know that was a thing until now.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
I was gonna put no backseating on, but
to believe it.
that's more of an encouragement and not
His own life in someone
discouragement.
else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
You steal men's souls! Oh, sorry, wrong reference.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad.
This
or
room is
content.
just bullshit,
Walking,
isn't it?
Eating, working, all of it monitored.
There's not
and
anything you can
commanded
actually
from this
do.
very place. And
Those
as
are
the
just
cold
red
reality of
herrings.
his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Trying to solve a puzzle that does not exist. It's La Mulana 2! It's my second La Mulana reference in one night.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Says you. La 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 la. That's actually really dark in there, I'm good.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
His fetish for broom closets, however. Oh, achievements. Beat the game. Get your first achievements. I'm doing it. Wait, is that the actual time? No. Is it? No. Why did I ask what time it was?
Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Pardon? I know asking to be warned about if anything intense is coming is basically going to mean everything will be intense coming. Okay, well that's purple. Why that matters,
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
What does that mean? Do we really need this many dark sections?
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
God?
As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
That's yet to be seen.
Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
I'm not. Oh.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Let's work those glutes. Yeah.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle?
Yahoo, 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 Yahoo. Squirtle. That's just a sound from a Game & Watch handheld. Yeah, I just was thinking, are Game & Watch the first actual handheld gaming system in history? Should I just walk away and leave this at 1? Okay, so where's my prize? I Yahooed. I can only Yahoo in that one. You can't jump. No, seriously, we disabled it. That's another achievement. Aww. I was excited about new mechanics.
Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
That does make me wonder now, not only why it asked me what time it was, but also why it asked me if I played the Stanley Parable before. I wonder what happens if you say no. Probably nothing. So, do you think I was born yesterday in a box with a tin roof? I mean, I've gotten, like, over 40 hours in Elden Ring. I know what's going to happen. No one say a fucking word.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Well, I guess that's what I say. Nope, can't do it again. Can't jump into it. Bop 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 blah. Fuck. No, 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 don't say anything. I'm setting the marker, don't worry.
Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
I'll be with you momentarily, Mr. Man.
Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares?
Excuse you, fucking... I'll show you a dork.
Oh, never mind. You're not a dork.
Nyet. It's my... Yes. My nightlight's turned on. One sec. Not my location. Jesus, what are you doing? Why would you... Headline: There's a lot more fan fiction about Claptrap than I expected, and some of it's NSFW. Okay, that's enough Twitter for today.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special, and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
God, that was so long ago, was it? I'm worried I'm gonna, like, interact with one thing and then it opens up, like, the 4D dimension. Yeah, it's a 4D dimension. The D is already in the 4, but never mind, this joke sucks.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Oh, hang on. Is that working fine? Oh, yeah, I guess so. Thought Restream was breaking again. Nope, it's just no one's chatting. Time. I wonder if waiting for the clocks to hit that time would do anything. Probably not. Oh yeah, they did. Didn't they actually win a BAFTA? I don't... The BAFTA is what? The British Academic Film and Television Awards? Is that the acronym? All I know is it's a big deal over there. I can't spin the globe. This game sucks. Part of me wonders if I should have been playing through, like, the base game, quote-unquote. Since, again, I'm so foggy on all of what was originally in it. And again, I guess for anybody watching, this is, like, fresh for them. Oh, right. I remember something about this achievement getting written up by an outlet, I think, of where people were finding ways of cheating the mechanics of the game. And then didn't the developer put in, like, a failsafe to ensure you couldn't cheat it? You had to literally wait for 5 years to pass, rather? I'm close to getting that organically. It is impossible to get this achievement. What? Oh, British Academy of Film and Television Arts. Okay, I was almost there. I got a nomination for the story? Really? I mean, like, compared to things now, the story in this is, like, pretty, you know... Well, then again... Again, hard for me to really say that about something I don't remember. I see water down there. That...
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com.
Yeah, Destructoid, huh?
Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Coming from a guy whose profile picture, or person, excuse me, whose profile picture is finger guns to head, Yeah, Oh, man, now my feet are all wet. Oh, why is there a Minecraft picture? That's not Stanley Parable. Oh, right, this was... The mod was originally built using Source Engine. That's Valve's whole thing, right? I know things about games. I play them, ergo I am expert. Oh, that's a whole bunch of complicated stuff I don't understand. That looks like my network in Factorio before I gave up again. Did they have an actual physical release?
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
I feel like something's trying to be said here. And not just the gag. There was a small run of physical copies. Okay. I still do not have my ability to jump. The serious room? Part of my superliminal brain is still...
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again.
To kill me again, you mean? Oh-ho!
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
I mean, there's a positive one over here. I can see the thumb. Do we want to read that? No? Okay. Well, I guess this game will never go on the Epic Store. Can we go back to where the weather was nice? Am I Like, look, here's a positive one. Let's read that. No? Okay.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I?
Well...
You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Again, are we going to ignore the thumbs up ones laying around here? Or is that the thing? We always look for negativity instead of positivity when it comes to feedback. I'm no saint in that regard either, truth be told. I kind of had a whole write-up about this on Mastodon, but I remember seeing something that said along the lines of, don't take criticism from someone you also would not take advice from. And I feel like there's things you could say for and against that, because I think like constructive criticism has been corrupted over the past like 5 or 6 years. It's hard to tell when it comes from a legitimately good place or someone just wanting you to buck to whims and ways.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Don't like that. You always gotta check behind. Always.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably,
oh god, he's looping.
all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245.
Rule of 3?
that the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is.
Okay,
How many
fine.
billions left?
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought?
What?
Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has
Sure.
a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. Ah. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look.
We are.
I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations. All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
They don't sound like
Treatise,
words anymore.
manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise.
Oh, this is my cue, huh?
manifesto. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time. The additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to those who have ever erred in their judgment. You are not beyond redemption. You may change.
Yes, you are.
And you may become more, so much more than you were before. If there is any message to be taken from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune, a privilege, a joy it is to have had such an experience. It leaves me hopeful that as a community, as a
How much
world,
did this man get
there is
paid?
time for us to become our greatest selves, as great as we ever could dream of in our wildest, most ambitious visions for a brighter future. Wow. Now, Stanley, that's a review. It's perfect.
I can do
It's
better.
the perfect review. It's the review I've always dreamed of receiving. I have to read it again.
No.
It's simply too. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there
Drake,
a door that led into this
where's
room?
the door?
I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need...
Is this what talking to me is like when I'm really interested and excited about something? Because I really feel like I'm getting dunked on inadvertently here.
a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door, as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
Well, he did say please. It was kind of like this emotional whiplash I had back when Brian David Gilbert was still doing videos for Polygon, his, like, Unraveled series. And there was that one episode where he was covering all the Halo books. All of them. And I'm paraphrasing here, but there was kind of like this monologue segment he had where he was not able to talk about all these stories and books he was reading because the people around him either didn't know the books, hadn't read the books, or just did not care. And, like, I got extremely upset when I was hearing about that, because that's been, like, a lot for a lot of interests of mine. Of, like, just not having people sharing that same level of interest. Then again, one could criticize that it's a hyperfixation, but, well, you know, my brain kinda lets that happen. What the fuck? Why are we talking about real shit in a comedy game? Give me the button.
Stanley! Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it...
And my biggest fan.
I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it, and I have to believe. I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even
fuck you,
met
Cookie Nine.
I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child, wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button, and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety, that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, 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 I know you too well. You'll be leaving me. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews.
Oh no, he's broken. The simulation is collapsing.
Get out of my head. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're
Nope.
back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again.
Don't like it.
Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away.
Dragon
and in those
Force.
moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive.
Immortalized.
I am truly completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me.
I'm so
Sure.
clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it, to think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
If it puts me in absolute pitch black, I'm probably gonna freak out a little. I'm starting to freak out a little bit now, truth be told.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside,
I'm getting a feeling
what
there's
took
something
its
else I
place
could be
is
doing.
what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment. And I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then, this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
Darkness. Zygoxis. Oh, I need to do the thing, right? Mr. Man? Mr. Man. Okay, well, now I'm growing increasingly uncomfortable. Why the hell did I start off with this tonight? Please stop.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant
there
to
you
have
are.
a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves.
Yeah. When do I get out of here?
The end is never the end, 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 is never the
Yep,
end,
nope,
is never
don't like
the
it.
end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
I'm gonna go close my door. So now I looked over at OBS and I noticed that it's claiming my activity bar is very quiet. It's like, well, if only there were... yes. Yeah, more darkness. I'm just taking a second. I can feel my heart picking up a bit. Local streamer has shits his pants for real in comedy game, film at 11. Oh, well. Yep, those are flat wire textures. I hope there wasn't something I was able to do in the meantime. Usually you don't bang on something about that, or like that rather, unless there's some kind of input you have. I still cannot jump. Seriously, they disabled it. The circle of life. Oh, the Erd tree. You know, we could have kept the greenery and not, you know, I'm really starting to hate this. Oh, praise the buns. If that ambiance got any more intense, we were gonna have problems. That button is straight busted, thank God. Hey, well, the Steam page did say this was a walking simulator. I can't tell if those are clouds or if that's a structure. Oh, when you're walking.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
What the hell is going on? No. The end is never the end. What's going on? That display was on that one before.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Is it a recreation of existential dread? I still never went down that other hallway opposite the vent. You know, because he called me a
You
dork.
see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that.
Oh, you're not on this again,
so
are you?
Forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
The order you're seeing this in is surprising to me. Really?
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Am I inadvertently screwing things up? I seem to have that knack.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
And maybe they'll sponsor me to cover the game. I'm still embracing myself for the content warnings that were in the accessibility options. I need to check, is there like a zoom in feature? Yeah, jump, except when it's disabled. I want to see what those say. Stanley fan art, my god. Two doors having sex. I wonder if I'll even get to go back to that other hallway now. If he didn't call me a dork and challenge my ego. Frick! Oh, that's just straight up like Resident Evil titling now. Dear God, two Stanleys.
Now, to be clear,
The thought terrifies
I haven't
me.
quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Is this like a joke the developer was kind of grappling with? Sequels are good. Dark Souls 2. Excuse me. Crab?
It is now time for crab.
I don't know why the scaling on that is drunk. I'd be surprised if this was not a joke the dev was struggling with on making a sequel. Wait, well technically this would be a sequel, wouldn't it? Right? Again, I don't even know what the new stuff in Ultra Deluxe is even supposed to do, if there's like anything rehashed or updated or what have you on the base stuff. Toot toot, all aboard the content train. Oh dear.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. That's new! The base stuff is tweaked from what I've been watching but still has the same core. Okay.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Now, speaking of names, I know this is a useless fact, but I found out yesterday at work that apparently there are some cultures that only identify themselves as their family name, or like their last name, as we'd call it. There was like an employer who's one of their staff, they didn't have a first name, they just had their last name. And it seemed like there was kind of a whole issue on how to prove that when it came to filing their information. It's like, well, ultimately, if you call them, you're going to say, hey, last name. So just use that as their identifying name. I have no idea what region or background they came from, but apparently that is a thing. I thought it was kind of interesting. Raised an interesting problem to solve as well. Well, not really a problem, but, you know, filing is a voracious nightmare that cannot be beaten. Oh, button.
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Just glad the box didn't text-to-speech dox you. Well, it's not hard to find out about me. I mean, granted, who would? Everyone, that's right. Because I'm so cool.
Jim.
Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again.
Watched the streamer play a game that blurred the fourth wall pretty hard, and it read his name from his Windows account and put it on screen. Good lord, what was that? Because I was petrified for a second when Inscription threatened that it was going to start deleting files during that one boss fight. Which was a pretty good bait and switch, truth be told, but it did kind of scare me originally. Don't remember, thankfully. Okay. I think I actually cheesed that boss fight in Inscription because it asked me to use a large file, and then I had one of my video renders, or a raw video recording, that was like multiple gigabytes in size. Like I was saying on media, I was wanting to go back to Inscription and try out the new Casey mode, but I'm kind of like burned on the ending of that game, and also, you know, the static jump scares that infuriate me. Oh, button.
Oh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the gym button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Says you.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the gym button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Oh, yep, that's just straight up in the ground. Well. I really like that game, but guess what? I have huge issues with teeth horror. I would not have... You know what? No, I take that back. I do, yeah, understand how that can bother someone.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Oh dear. Side paths already. This! Apparently there was a baby ending in the game that I knew nothing about? Weird. But yeah, like, in Inscription, the whole, like, static effect and it being really loud, it was just basically trying to get away with doing a jump scare without, you know, committing to the bit. And they just got so annoying. What's over here? And, like, they couldn't get away from the ending without doing just one more of those. Like, yeah. I don't like having my eardrums functional, thanks. Amazingly, I had more randos and Inscription than I did when I was streaming Elden Ring, funnily enough. And, like, some people, like, attempting to do some backseating, but... Why aren't you using Ouroboros? Like, who? The Reassurance Bucket. Mother of Pearl.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps
Who's that up
even
there?
comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
I'm going to preemptively lower my volume because I don't trust this in the slightest.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Alright, well, me and Bucket Friend, we're on a mission. I'm still enjoying Elden Ring, but man, I still need to put it down at certain times. Yeah, like...
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Like, the piece I'm writing on the game is like, the Elden Ring honeymoon is over for me. It's like, I haven't necessarily given up on the game, but... Like, again, after that, what's-his-face in the battlefield... and that mini-dungeon just nearby being way harder is like, what? I read that the bucket modifies just about every ending somehow, and that makes me happy, but also the completionist in me is pissed. Oh, good. I'm going to be very good friends with this bucket.
I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
I'm hoping I get well someday.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is. Or actually,
Okay.
maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on. Come now. You've already made your choice. It's true that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
I am not reading that out. No. You know what? I'll put chat up just for a moment to show people. Oh, god damn it.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Well, what did you expect me to do? I see a counter, and I had to give it the old Mario Odyssey. Oh god. There's probably a different thing that shows up there if you do have jumps remaining. Free achievement? Oh, crikey.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Oh yes, that didn't actually go anywhere. Okay. Okay. Wait. No screenshots. Oh. I thought something would happen if I took a screenshot. I guess not. One step ahead of the dev. Yep, that's me. I'm smart. You know what, I just realized I didn't take actually a look at the merch table. I like some merch. Does the game have a screenshot key binding? Let's find out. That's reset. Crouch, interact, up-a-dip-a-dee, simplified. Nope. It just works! Let's go the infinite hole later, shall we? I don't like this guy. This placeholder Stanley is bothering me. Pull the lever or whatever right now.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Simple as that.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Buckle in, folks. We're not going anywhere. So how we doing? I went out today. Picked up a few things for groceries. Got my compression gloves and my wrist brace as well. I didn't know wrist braces were sold singular and not in pairs, so that's a fun thing. I picked up some Subway. Okay, I think it's actually not going to give it to me. Later on, someone's going to do an edit of this archive, and they're going to show me that I was off by one more pull to get the achievement.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
That's collectibles. Why am I still holding this godforsaken bucket?
Oh, goodness, Stanley, this is fairly awkward. I hate to do this, but before you leave, you really should go to the collectibles exhibit. You see, there is a surprise I was going to spring on you later, and it involves the collectibles. And I really do hate to break the illusion, but it's important that you go see the collectibles, okay? All right, I'll get out of your hair now.
Oh, fine. I'll go look into his little project that clearly is going to backfire in some horrific way. I think it's canonical that Stanley's model is like default City 17 citizen. But giving him like an actual persona is bothering me. It's not even Izanagi, for crying out loud.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
What the Christ is this? I did not like that.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic. Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Oh, I just felt my stomach turn. Oh, Jesus wept. I have the bucket. What can possibly go wrong? Yeet!
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
I was not going to be in there for another second. You must understand this. But you played down well. Shut up. Did I ever write a review on Downwell? I don't think I have. Now I'm wondering if the other collectibles are actually somewhere around. I don't know if I'm thinking on the same wavelength or distantly far away, differing wavelengths from the developer.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay, are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Ooh. They even changed the colors on the menu. By the way, those crickets were not the game, that was my soundboard. In case anyone if anyone was curious.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What
Oh
could it
god, the
mean?
boxes.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What? Why would there be a phone call for this many boxes? What the Sam frick? Oh yeah, I guess we can sort of go for those computers with the inputs on them. Not really if they're blocked off now. Bucket!
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Hell yeah, I did. Nope, not this time. My god. The boxes are everywhere.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Psych!
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this
It's
bucket was
him.
speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
I require the boy. How do I obtain the boy? I need the boy. I need my shiny floaty boy.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket.
This
Please,
is a
stand
bucket.
here for a moment.
Again, why the dark? I cannot believe this.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Yeah.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Oh, okay.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Can I get a close look at it? No, you can't fool me again. That's a toe to tip. That's a bucket. Fuck.
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
You can't fool me
Item
again.
3. Is this a bucket?
That is a solid steel bucket made for carrying liquids. Final answer.
Correct.
Yes!
It is a bucket.
I'm a champion. I'm the best.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Yeah, sure.
Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you.
Well, thanks,
for not
man.
making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one. Is this a bucket?
Ooh, trying to trick me, are you? I'm too smart.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
No! Explain yourself!
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Sure.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
I don't have a both button. Regis.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
I can't believe this is a thing. Ah, this is not a bucket, because there is nothing on the platform. Checkmate.
Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless... Is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
Everything about my life has been about buckets. They're the only thing I will ever know.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the
No.
game entirely. Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets.
We're
Yes,
not buckets,
I actually
chat.
feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
I have an idea.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to
Oh.
check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him. No matter how hard Stanley looked,
All the
he
boxes are
couldn't
gone.
find a trace of his co-workers.
Let's see if I can find that next computer. Why are they all saying the end is never the end?
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
I hope I don't have to delete my file in order to go in that other hallway I passed up.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Let's take the intended route, see if more of those features were implemented.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
I'm not going to go in there, just kidding.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons.
I can't imagine
This is
why.
worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your
Is the joke that this really is a supplementary companion cube? Mother of pearl.
relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
I pissed in the bucket one time.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate. No more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things. All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Did we not just have a whole existential crisis about what is and is not a bucket? I know you remembered.
You know
I know you
I
remembered.
would take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
This really is going to modify all the endings, oh dear. Banana!
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
How much money do we want to bet for the next charity marathon that there's no achievement for getting them all? I feel like that would be the joke of there is in fact an achievement, but it also would feel very on brand if there was not one. Also, I really feel like this graffiti, there's something to do with it. I'm very suspicious of it. Let's not look at the uncomfortable picture. The bucket will solve the elevator. The bucket will solve all. The buckets will start the slates anew. The elevator is still nothing, is it? Okay.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Hell yeah.
Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Thanks, I hate it. We still need to run into the achievement machine and the big hole. Everyone loves a big
The
hole,
elevator
right?
raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Dear God, now the bucket has sentience. The word has lost all meaning to me now, by the way.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
I have a sneaking suspicion the en route is game over no matter what. I want Stanley and Bucket to run away into the sunset.
Waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and to... What? Wait.
Excuse
What
me?
was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, or go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Figurine Finders Committee.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, the orders were still missing. For now.
Well, clearly I'm going to need help finding all the help I can get finding the
confusion and
figures.
the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Guess let's find out what's going on with the Finders Committee.
And entered the door on his left.
Oh my god, no! There will be a reward for finding them all! Oh my god. I was on to something. I don't believe it. Okay, so sequel exhibit, a private but smelly place for important persons. We got those two. So a fireplace, somewhere red and blue, stairs, something with stairs, a large room, lots of boxes. That would be the warehouse. Guess we need to find a plank somehow. I cannot believe I actually foresaw this by accident. Holy shit. Why would they just tell us something will happen? This investigation, this room, they feel pointless, TBH. I'm kind of reeling right now. A throwaway comment. Does this game hear your microphone? Shut the frick up. Is the game becoming sentient?
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no
Oh shit, the
remaining
stickers have stuck around.
If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
Oh, fine. Well,
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
heck no. Oh.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy?
he asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed,
what now?
He noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley! Find me!
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Pardon?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of
What the
course
fuck?
He'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
What? I am so
All of his
confused.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Well, I think I've exhausted all the computer monitors I can with the inputs on them.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Mother of pearl. Alright. So I guess the last one it said on the board was at a fireplace? Only real place I can remember. Why does it always have to be so dark?
Okay, this is day number 295, tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket,
Oh, god damn it.
the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
No, I'm only slightly scared again. Only slightly.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Wait. Okay, sequel exhibits. The large room, the stairs, somewhere both red and blue nearby a fireplace. I can't remember if it was the fireplace or the red and blue I found already. My one safe haven. Gone.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
Oh, I guess the nearby fireplace was that one. So I guess all that's left is somewhere red and blue? I can't think of anywhere red and blue. Sure as hell not going to Rooster Teeth.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Oh, yep. That's panic.
The door
That's
behind
panic
him
creeping
was
in.
not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
But, friend?
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Sure, who the hell are you, though? Was this in the base game? I don't remember. 2013 feels like an absolute aeons ago. This feels familiar. I just don't... Hey, there's more voices in this? Oh, I guess the one back at the tape. I just don't recognize this other voice. I guess I can't really call this an Easter egg room because, well, it's one of the paths. Is this an actual list of emails they've gotten? Is this avant-garde? This is avant-garde. After the second trailer we sent out, we asked people to email the narrator for questions. While we had initially planned to use these for further promotional materials, we never found the perfect use for them. Here are a selection of those emails. I just caught the strong bad joke. Was that... in this loop, were we in an early version of The Office? I am so confused. What do you mean of the apartment ending? Oh, so that's what it means to not fall on the floor. Okay. Okay. What do you mean, vent? Yep, I'm gonna snip that for later. That's a surprise tool that'll help us later. I know this is probably fascinating only to me, but... eventually cut and merge with another part of the game, huh? Oh. That sounds like a challenge. Doesn't like me getting close, does it? Or, no, it's just on a timer. Never mind. I want to check out everything in here. I think this stuff is cool. I get the feeling we won't have any explanation to who new friend voice is.
At the top of the facility to end this injustice forever. Nothing there? Shoot. Well, try the other one then. Then he pushed the number 4. Stanley walked over the bridge.
The sound mixing in there is weird. Also, hello! Ooh, I don't think that's supposed to be there. Nope.
Stanley jumped in.
It's kind of like, the only other game I can think of that had something like this was, Antechamber. There was like a whole Easter egg room where it showed like developmental stuff and screenshots and that nerd shit. I love it. It's like one could argue, the immersion is broken, but at the same time it's like looking under the hood is always neat. Alright, I guess that's it.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
I still got figurines to find. I was gonna say, it's like, should we not have a loading screen by now? Why is this still different?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
This is legitimately starting to bother me.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What was it about this room that called so deeply and so personally to Stanley? Its grace? Its subtle charm? No. Stanley knew it was something deeper, something darker. Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating.
Supposed to be events in here, I think.
Co-workers have mysteriously vanished. Here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Right?
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Somewhere red and
But Stanley
blue.
didn't
Yeah,
want to go back
I'm
to
still
the
drawing a
office.
blank.
He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now, in order
Oh,
to
there's
get
a way
back,
across
he
the
needed to
cargo
go on,
hold.
From here, it's left. Oh no, it's to the right. My mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down, right, left, down, left, right.
B.A.
Yep,
start.
Okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Okay.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, hmm? Okay, from the top.
This is more like it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Where's the bucket and balloons? Oh god, the simulation is cracking. Where's the new content door? What's happening?
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago.
Consult the bucket.
I'm sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
I think I found it. That's a fun
I'll say it.
message.
This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Zip zoom. Yeah, even the Finders Committee memo was
All of
gone.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything? Aha! I knew we'd missed something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps. Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing...
Yeah, we're still in the sequel version.
You win! Congratulations! I know
Yahoo!
You put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
If only I had the bucket.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Yep, nope.
No, I'm down. We're living it up to the line from now on.
Living life on the line, hell yeah.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny.
Destiny is everywhere.
Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree
Oh
that
god,
the
he's going
nature of
on loop
existence
mode
is,
again.
in fact, a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Smooth jazz is being deployed. I recognize this song from somewhere.
Wait, cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
This one in particular. Okay. I bet that's a surprise tool that'll help us later.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell? Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Oh no. It's no longer the sequel. Oh, we're still... I guess this is the sequel! Ultra Deluxe was just one big ruse.
Stanley, I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
When you walking?
Now, Yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Well, I did have this game... Never mind. Wait, what? So I did have this game idea in mind, since we're talking about imagination, where it's a turn-based, giant mech suit, like JRPG. But the way you attack is kind of like Paper Mario in terms of action commands, where the music that's playing in the background...
No, not you again.
Good.
Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Yo, the line's going nuts. Why don't we do battle with the line? Thank you. So like I was saying, the music playing in the background, you... God damn it.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really... No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean...
Uh-oh.
Did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait, you know. I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination, so I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Fucking hell. I think we're back in our sequel loop.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Understood. Your order will be canceled immediately. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Isn't she just so friendly? Come along, bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled.
We have work to do.
He'd never be alone again. Not truly alone. Not with the bucket around.
Yeah, I think I might actually be... Oh god, there's the line. I think I might be locked out of the,
Stanley clutched the bucket
new content
tightly to his
zone.
chest and entered the door on it. This
Heck
was
no.
not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Yeah, again, if there's supposed to be events in here, I'm not seeing it.
Truly, being here with... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Again, with the dark.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Not a bad little crib.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
The fact those stickers have stuck around is kind of sending me.
Well, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location.
It can
That's
transfer
it.
sand.
It doesn't do anything else.
Can I yeet it out the window? Nope. Bummer.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal. It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another. Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? Oh no. I'm having feelings for the bucket. No, 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 no,
Nope.
no. What's going
Don't like
on?
it.
Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less
Nope.
confusing. Yes.
Don't like it.
The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll... All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'm starting to run out of ideas as to where I could be missing. Where I could be missing that last figurine. Is there really any other way I could be going? Obviously that vent I was hinted at does not exist. Those computers only give me 2 of the purple inputs. Well, the Easter egg room did hint at the fact that if I don't touch the phone,
The good old
something
bucket.
happens.
Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be
Why have we been playing this for 3.5 hours?
correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself.
Heck
yes,
no.
But no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
I think it said, like, what, 15 seconds? think it's been longer than 15 seconds.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it, but there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke,
What is
start
happening?
by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny."
Oh my
Let's practice
God.
screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys.
Of course.
Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter.
What?
I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back. I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Stop it. Stop it, chat. Stop lying. Why you always lying? Nope, still no vent.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
You know what? I'll play along.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on
Oh,
the right.
fuck.
Leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud? Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Okay. Again! The dark!
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley.
Oh my god, that's his actual face.
I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale.
I can't believe there's an actual face to our boy.
Pale. What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
All of his co-workers were gone.
What if there is no 6th
Stanley decided to
figurine?
go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Is that maybe what's actually happening here? There's no 6th collectible? I know.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Oh, the line's gone again. Oh god, it's happening again. The simulation's breaking.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out
Still
to be
no
correct?
vent.
Was this
Goodbye.
Never mind. The
We
bucket
just
was
came
wrong.
to potty
Stanley took the door on his
down.
left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you
Hakuna
to do.
Matata.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
That certainly wasn't it.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing?
Yeah, I think I'm just straight up out of ideas. Maybe there is not an actual sixth figurine. Somewhere red and blue? Nowhere like that exists, right? Oh, this is gonna bother me now. Though, I've been hit with another idea.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you forgot. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Sign's still there.
Now listen
Aha.
carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
One moment.
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly.
Yes!
Say this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
But it said there was a reward. Where's my reward?
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
But where's my reward, though?
No, wait. Where are you going?
Yep. Nope. No, that's one I don't think I have the well-being to handle. Uh-oh. Boy, yoy.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines.
Oh.
Those figlets. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
It went so well the first time.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Uh-oh.
And here was a second Stanley. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini-Stan? Can you remember?
The office, right?
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, behind the boss's office. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything. Let's see, what came next?
Not this.
Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Yep, just walking on sunshine.
This was the 5th mini-Stan, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Windows Movie Maker! Oh my god. I can't deal with this.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Oh. I remember how many hours I spent in Movie Maker back in my fledgling career. Oh dear.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works?
How
All I know
indeed.
is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like. And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
It's the fern. What do I do? What do I do? It's the important fern from earlier. Chat, help. They said it was so important. It's the one way to get out of the cycle, Luigi.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video.
Oh dear, is the narrator going to crack again?
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Yeah, good room. 10 on 10.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
No, nope. Can't go through there. I'm certainly not going to look direct. Sir? I thought there was a path on the right.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it, the very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
We're back here, but we're not.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories. Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
I had a feeling it wasn't going to be that easy.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
This isn't actually going to do something, is it? Is it? Not the time again, huh? Oh God, what have I done? You're welcome? Your favorite time. Oh yes, my favorite time. A answer I always have in the back pocket. It really wouldn't have an effect.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Alright.
Stanley worked for a company
I did
in
the
a big
reboot,
building
so let's see
where
if there's
he was
anything different.
Employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what Employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
He's got an achievement. Welcome back!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Oh dear. I think I might have done something wrong.
Stanley, we must move on from this
No more stickers.
Simply because
Darn.
I have no remaining stickers.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Was I just supposed to, like, restart, you think? Must be something more to that room, if it's locked when you come in.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I wonder if that meant just, like, exit the menu and come back in, or just start a new loop. Oh, I'm gonna feel really silly if I ended up just borking something.
Plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Bucket and mirror out of here. I'll see you later.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous
Oh god,
metal
you're addressing the
jaws.
bucket as well.
In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
I don't believe it.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
This joke has legs like you would not believe. The stress bucket. Excellent.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Yahoo! Up. But, yeah, up.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new...
Nah. Is a man not entitled to the sweat of his bucket?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yeah.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of
I think I
disbelief,
might have
Stanley
posed
decided
something.
to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Still nothing in here, huh? Drat. I'm gonna hold out hope that I did not inadvertently break something by doing that. And then there's still apparently a bunch of achievements I don't have. There's the test achievements. Commitment. Play the Stanley Imparable for the entire duration of a Tuesday. There's one that just says 8 a whole bunch of times. Click on door 430 5 times. 435? Hmm. 430. That's nearby, isn't it?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No, 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 no. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417? Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437. Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
Okay.
Now, back to door number 437.
Okie doke. Now there ain't nothing gonna break my stride.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
I'm really feeling it, Stanley. It's narrator time. Where's 417? Oh god. Oh god.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
Oh no, the computer's reset. Oh, I have beamed something up. Oh, hell. Climb? What do you mean climb?
Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416. We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
The hell, if this isn't dragging 100 viewers, I don't know what will.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to... And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find out. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
There'll be something in the elevator now, by Jove. We just gotta sit here and wait. I'll nearly lean back in my chair so far, I think I'm gonna go for a spill. Maybe this is a double joke. If you sit here for the next 30 minutes, something will actually happen. Ugh. I could get a good nap during that time. I wonder if anyone's actually gotten any use out of the closed captions tool. No one's mentioned it, so... Oh no, the loop on Cat Vibe is broken. Oh no! Well, shit. I really hope that if I have gotten myself, if I miss some opportunities, that I do have a way of going back to them without doing a hard reset. Oh, did you think I was kidding about the 30 minutes thing? Did you really think I would tell a joke on a live stream where I try to be comedic? You what? I've been thinking about getting a headset when streaming, just because with how my chair is a piece of garbage, I can only really lean back, but also, you know, lean back away from the microphone, which, according to OBS, is not a problem, but I bet on the actual volume it's affected. I wonder why horror was one of the tags then on the Steam page. I guess, I don't remember the word for it, but I guess for people who are afraid of the dark, there's quite a few instances of that set me off. Part of me does and does not want to go look up and see if that reboot the game message, if I took it too literally. I probably took it too literally. I mean, how else is reboot supposed to be defined? I think if it wanted me to restart, it would just say restart or, you know, begin again. Oh yeah, and there's an achievement for don't play the Stanley Parable for 10 years. I have to wonder how it tracks that metric. Like, if it literally checks to see on your machine or on your account, has the game been launched for X number of years? Or again, if there's a way of cheating around it. Speaking of time cheats, wasn't it like Sword and Sorcery Super Brothers? Something along that line? That... I think there was like a literal story thing you had to do that required you to be at a certain time. And you couldn't go any further if it wasn't the right time. And if you adjusted your computer time, the game scolded you for it, I think. I could be misremembering this entirely, but locking progression to a specific time of day in the real world is a bit whack. I think Please Don't Touch Anything did something similar, but at least there's multiple endings you can go for, not just a singular one. By the way, don't ask. No, I will not be streaming that. Mainly because I haven't seen it for a long time, but I watched Greyfruit's speed run with 8 quotation marks around it. And a lot of those puzzles are just beyond me. I'd have to go through so much trial and error and a lot of floundering. You know, back at the exhibit for the sequel, do you think there's anybody... That whole sequence probably hits a little differently if you are actually named Jim. Like, just pretend and roleplay that you are Jim, but I am Jim. Now that I think about it, the other sequel components were never brought in elsewhere, like the busted achievement machine, the infinite hole. Yeah, I guess going back to the headset thing, I want to be able to lean back in my chair since it's a lot more comfortable, since again the back on this thing is atrocious. But the problem with headsets is that I basically just want to get one that's equal to the same quality of the Blue Yeti microphone what I'm using right now for my desktop mic. Ultimately, the best solution is just to get a microphone arm, but everything I look up and read about microphone arms for the Blue Yeti, or capable of the Blue Yeti mic, I don't trust that they'll last for longer than a few months. Like, with the weight of the microphone itself, and all of the units I saw only being able to point it downward, like, A, that's going to get in the way of my monitor, and B, that's a lot of weight pulling down. I'm very skeptical anyone can make something strong enough to balance that. This is probably going to look like absolute madness if anyone's scrubbing through the archives. It's like, why is he just sitting there? Doesn't he know there's literally nothing that happens in the elevator? Joke's on you, person from the future. I did not know that. I don't believe that's a thing. Okay. When it says 12:40 on my time here in Dinaratra Land, we're gonna get out of this elevator. And if nothing has happened, or there's nothing different, this stream is over. So y'all best hope that there's some exciting new content waiting for us. Namely, perhaps an explanation as to how badly I ruined that reboot the game prompt. Maybe I'm just like horribly overthinking it and the game was just like punking me. Wouldn't be the first time. Certainly wouldn't be the last. I don't really know what else I can do. Like... I could try the override, but again, I'm highly skeptical there's actually anything you can do in that. I think that's all just a bunch of red herrings and nonsense. Nope, 12:40. All right. Excitement, here we come. Excitement, adventure,